Good morning, everyone. I'm Jingyan, an NUS Hackers core team member, and welcome to Hack&Roll 2022. So, what is Hack&Roll? So, here at NUS Hackers, we believe in the spreading of hacker culture. And Good morning, everyone. I'm Jingyan, an NUS Hackers core team member, and welcome to Hack&Roll 2022. So, what is Hack&Roll? So, here at NUS Hackers, we believe in the spreading of hacker culture, and one of our biggest initiatives to do so is with Hack&Roll. Hack&Roll is Singapore's largest student-run hackathon, and we see it as a yearly celebration of hacking, where all of us can build whatever we want for fun, and simply because we feel like it. And also for many of you, Hack&Roll is a place for you to catch up with some of your friends, learn from each other, and along the way, have some fun. And of course, the most important parts of a good hackathon are food, prizes, swag, and games. And we'll have plenty of that this year in Hack&Roll 2022. Now, before we move on to the administrative briefing, let me share with you some of the video presentations from our valued sponsors who have worked together with us to make this event possible. So, firstly, thanks to our platinum sponsor for this year, Indeed. Now, here's a video from them.
So what brought me to Indeed was an opportunity to build a world-class software engineering center in Singapore.
I was very excited about being part of this environment where I have a big amount of contribution to growing the site.
Aside from the fact that we're trying to transform the hiring industry, we're trying to also transform someone else's life.
We are introducing transparency to the market, closing the gaps between the job seekers and the employers.
The one thing I really liked about Indeed in terms of culture, it's very open, it's very transparent, the leaders are very close to you. You can even walk up to the leaders and ask them a question.
When I joined, I spent 1 month in onboarding and I was like, wow, this is different. Over here, they make very concentrated efforts to make sure you're part of the team.
People really work to be egoless. They want to make the right decisions. They want those decisions rooted in data and informed by data.
We have pretty good collaboration between product engineering and UX. We all sit together, we are all kind of working closely together in little squads. We are working to really grow the team fast.
The idea of the Gong project is to introduce new hires to Indeed's engineering framework within the first week to give them an experience of how is it like to push code out to production so that they feel that they can make an impact.
We're building product that's going to have global reach, global impact. It's deep tech, it's deep product. We're doing stuff that is fundamental to the Indeed product portfolio.
It does require a certain bit of being able to switch roles if needed or being able to put on multiple hats.
We're also looking at people who have a sense about how to solve problems, to come up with solutions, not to abstract computer science problems, but to fundamental product problems.
You should come to work with Indeed if you like to innovate, if you have great ideas, if you like to learn, if you like to try something new, where you know you have great people who will share your idea and help take that forward with you.
So right from the start, the university recruiting team does everything we can to make sure that anyone that's fresh in their career is set up for success.
For candidates who join us early career, they're paired up with a buddy who is someone a little bit more senior in the position. So since this is probably a new role for them, they maybe haven't experienced something like this, they are provided with that support so that they have someone to troubleshoot questions with, get feedback from.
You never want to be the smartest person in the room. I think I've definitely and fortunate to work with people who can teach me a lot.
Your manager can really make or break your experience. And I think Indeed puts a lot of effort into making sure that their management at whatever level is well equipped to do their jobs.
The amount of exciting projects, how fast the company moves, the amount of focus that we have on user experience, but also the passion that we have for really helping our users is what sold me on coming to Indeed.
I love our mission to help people get jobs. So that was the biggest reason why I chose to join Indeed full-time, because everybody in their life needs to get a job at some point.
Basically, you can come in and depending on your performance or kind of what you want to do with your career, there's lots of ways to move around throughout the company.
We're really lucky that we are a medium-sized company that thinks like a small company. People who start out in programs like an associate product manager role can move through and not get siloed and stuck in one area.
I am glad that I started my career at Indeed. One, because of free food and unlimited PTO, which is an amazing perk. And then two, because there are so many great people here that have acted as mentors in all of the roles I've had.
There's definitely the excitement and the joy I feel seeing my candidates progress through not only their internship, but coming here after graduation and then moving through full-time positions and kind of growing in their role.
To work at a company that everybody is striving towards the same thing, everybody is adaptable and prides themselves on that, and everybody is really patient in working with people and helping them get up to speed. It's been an incredible place for me to start my career, and I don't anticipate leaving anytime soon.
And now for our gold sponsors, starting off with Autodesk. Next, we'll have Goldman Sachs.
How do startups fund their world-changing ideas? Where do universities go to grow their endowments? How can a bond revitalize a community? What makes these things possible? It takes a willingness to challenge, to collaborate, to be open to new opportunities and experiences. It takes ambition, curiosity, dialogue, and dedication. It takes relationship builders, market makers, engineers, and thought leaders. It takes a deep history and a forward-looking culture, a commitment to our clients, and a passion for learning and giving back. At Goldman Sachs, we believe each of us is a catalyst that turns ideas into reality. Connecting those ideas with people and capital is our business, and your perspective is what makes us different. When you arrive, what will you make possible?
I've gone through the spectrum of thinking about how we can offer our technology solutions out to our clients to make their lives more efficient.
We've partnered product managers, engineers, product designers, and sales to be creative and collaborative to solve the client's problems.
We just don't build products to make them functional. We build them to drive change. We build them to kind of leave an impact, and to be able to do more than your job description. It's very, very rewarding.
If you want to know more about the people of Goldman Sachs, if you want to know more about what makes Goldman Sachs special, it's understanding that there is difference, but that is actually additive and is accretive to the firm. And so if you want to be part of a story where you're helping to fill out that mosaic and helping to be a part of a community, then the community requires that you understand each other. And so the network is a great way to do that.
Our next co-sponsor is ShopBack.
So, I guess I was in the market for a new coffee machine. Time to search. Gonna get the best deal with my ShopBack button. Ooh, a snazzy little Model 16 Caffeine Maestro 5000 through ShopBack. It cost a bomb, but I decided to treat myself to it, right? I even get a pretty penny with cashback. Done. Sweetness. Then I realized I don't have any beans, but there's an upsize at this new place across the street. I use ShopBack Pay to scan for it, and I still get cashback. The shopkeeper gets a new customer with more sales, and I get what I need. It's a double win situation, you feel? And you know I like getting rewards from when I buy, complete my challenges, and double my cash back. I was excited, but that's not my biggest surprise. I see this girl. She's bad enough. I know I'm an absolute fox. I'm the one for you kind of way. Dating's hard, but ShopBack's recommendations make it easy. I mean, I just love all the places. Use my vouchers for the best deal and pay the rest with my linked card. I'm definitely coming back to this place. Oh man, isn't she perfect? By the way, now we're married. We're all super excited, and she's like, baby, we got a plan for a honeymoon. And I'm like, that's fast, but I'm totally down. Next thing you know, you're looking at flights, hotels, activities, and making bookings. ShopBack just gets what we like, and she loves the itinerary. But we still gotta pay for all this stuff eventually. And she's like, don't worry about it. We can pay for stuff using 3 0-fee payments. Next thing you know, we're pregnant. I don't know anything about babies, but she's like, don't worry. I know how to get good deals when I see it. And I use all these watch lists to save and track all the things I have my eye on. Added bonus, it even tells me the best time to buy something. I know who's got things and what's trending. It's a whole community of people like that. I know I'm gonna need every penny with a baby coming along. Diapers, groceries, baby essentials. But her mom is like, don't worry, I got you. And it's okay, because she knows what to do, especially when she's all about the essentials. Some brands just make more sense to buy than others. You'd be surprised what things give you the best deals. And it's all about the extra savings you can get. And that's why it's important. ShopBack. I use it for shopping online, offline, use it for vouchers, giving vouchers, buying groceries. It's all one big system. Better shopping every day.
Our next co-sponsor is ExpressVPN.
In the threat hunting team, there's so much we see, but we can't tell you about, because our job here is to protect you and make you safe.
ExpressVPN is great for someone starting on their career because we have really good mentorship support. So when you come in, you will have someone who's more senior than you really kind of guide you along. We really expose our candidates to a lot of services, tooling. So because of the variety of work we do, there's really always an opportunity to pick up a new skill and grow really quickly in your career.
I think ExpressVPN is great for people starting their career because we have an amazing environment full of innovative, brand new technologies, as well as world-class talent here that you can learn and grow from.
One of the things I like about working here is coming into the office and working with all these incredible people. Not only do we work together, we also have fun together, be it going out for lunch and checking out new places, or taking part in and winning capture the flag competitions.
The key thing here is the senior leadership is technical, which is something that I've never found in another company. It truly makes working here just to be an absolute joy.
We're always examining our processes and looking for ways to improve them. And if you have any ideas to improve them, they can be implemented very quickly.
We are one of the fastest companies I've ever worked in. If you have a great idea, it will be heard, it will be embraced, and it will be worked on and delivered.
We're looking for really energetic individuals, people who are passionate about learning new things, new technologies. Every day is just all about solving problems, and that's really the kind of people that we are looking for.
We're currently hiring across all the teams in cybersecurity, so we're looking for security engineers, threat hunters, SOC analysts, penetration testers, and even red teamers. If you're looking for a forward-thinking cloud environment that's honestly dedicated to security and privacy, you should join us.
And last but not least, Intuit QuickBooks.
Prosperity to me is not about money.
It's happiness.
Waking up every day and making art.
Prosperity is absolutely not limited to finances.
To make my own rules, to live the way I want to live, and not to let anything hold me back.
Being able to have a feeling of fulfillment in just about every one of my life areas.
To help those in my sphere of influence.
Having a roof over my head and food to eat and free time.
To me, being prosperous is being peaceful.
Every single step that I am making towards that, whether it be helping other businesses or helping my community or hometown, that for me is prosperity.
My name is David, and I use QuickBooks, self-employed, TurboTax, and Mint.
My name is Nikki Bell, and I'm a TurboTax user in San Antonio, Texas.
My name is Dina Proctor, and I'm a QuickBooks Online user.
My name is Donna Jones. I'm a QuickBooks self-employed user, and I'm based in South London.
My name's Ruben Bagola, and I'm here in Makati, Philippines, working on QuickBooks Online.
Now, our Platinum and Gold sponsors will be holding engagement sessions right here in the main stream later. So attending this will contribute towards your referral, which I'll elaborate on later. And also, all of our sponsors have virtual booths on Discord and Gather. So do engage them over your platform of choice. Ask them some questions, ask them about internships, and maybe along the way, you'll also get some Foodpanda vouchers. So let me elaborate a little more about Gather. It's an online gathering space, so we hope to accomplish two things with this gathering space. The first thing, obviously, is to meet and engage with your sponsors in a virtual space. And the second thing is so you can meet and interact with your fellow hackers in 8 bits, chat with them. Maybe you can play some arcade games with them in the lounge. We have set up some Tetris booths. And also, if you post a photo of your team on Gather, you get a chance to win a Foodpanda voucher. So if you're interested in this, check out the task page for more details about this. Okay, now let's get to our administrative brief. So the rules of Hack&Roll are straightforward. Just build whatever you want, and you can start on your project after this opening ceremony and submit your project to DevPost by 12 tomorrow. For more details, please check out the event rules on our event website, hackandroll.nushackers.org, if you need a refresher of the rules. And for judging, the details are in the guide on the task and team page, so to keep this brief, I'll just mention the important parts again. So you can opt out of judging at any time, but the latest time to opt into judging, if you wish to do so, is by 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, so keep in mind that timing if you wish to opt into judging. And now, for those of you who are returning participants of Hack&Roll, you probably already know that we traditionally refer our unallocated prizes at the end of the hackathon. So this year, we are adding a few things to this refer. So firstly, completing the task on the dashboard now can net you more chances in this refer. So check out the task page for more details. And secondly, on top of all the unallocated prizes, we are also adding in some other refer prizes, like a Nintendo Switch, Foodpanda vouchers, and potentially more. So keep an eye out if you're interested in this. So what tasks are available? Now, to qualify for the refer in the first place, you need to attend a minimum of 2 sponsor engagement sessions, and each engagement session nets you 4 chances per session. Additionally, simply attending this opening ceremony alone will net you 2 chances. And finally, attending the closing ceremony plus doing the post-event survey will net you another 4 chances. So check out the task page for details on these tasks and complete them, and best of luck in the referral. We also have some Fringe games in the evening if you would like to take a break from your project. So feel free to join if you're interested. We have some games like Tetris, Smash Cards, Avalon, as well as an esoteric programming language challenge. So there'll be more instructions in the Fringe events channel, so check that out if you're interested. There'll be some prizes if you win these challenges as well. Okay, now let's cover some other matters. So firstly, if you would like technical help, we have mentors available. So feel free to ask in the technical questions chat. If you would like some assistance, our mentors will get back to you, and maybe participants might get back to you if they are willing to help you as well. Please stay hydrated and take a break and rest whenever you feel like it. And on the topic of safety, please be mindful of COVID safe management measures. Please be respectful to everyone, of other participants, to the sponsors, to the organizers. Please do not harass others and inform organizers if you require any assistance. Now, if you suspect that any team is cheating or any participant is exhibiting some undesirable behavior, please feel free to direct message us on Discord or use our anonymous form bit.ly/hnr22-wb. And yeah, finally, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in general or PM us if it's a sensitive nature. And finally, please join the Discord if you are not already on it. So with that, let's start hacking. Good morning, everyone.
初心常在，痛快巨热爱，热爱105度的你，滴滴青春的热。
Okay. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Try talking like a normal.
Hi, hi, hi. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. hello. Hi, Chris.
running around. They tell us to spend our lives just selling ourselves to get attention. It's all you get recognized.
Hi, Gordon.
Hello, Mr. Go.
Hi. Nice to meet you again.
Good to see you again, man.
Yep. So yeah. first sponsor engagement session with Indeed. So I'm your host for today, and today we have Jordan, Kelvin, and Rong, who will be sharing to us about Indeed and what the company is doing. So I'll pass the time over to Kelvin, I suppose. Yep.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelvin. I'm a university recruiter here at Indeed. We are very, very excited to be here today. And we are also the proud platinum sponsor of Hack&Roll 2022. Yeah. So very nice to meet everyone here. And we hope you guys have a very good hacking session later. Yeah. So after the opening, I'll do a very quick opening for this session, followed by my opening. I'll invite a couple of our Indeedians to speak. Yeah. So before I go into the details, I would like to show you, what is life like in Indeed. So just take 1 minute and enjoy the video.
Sorry, Kevin. I think we don't see it. We don't see the video.
Okay, just hold on. So sorry, are you able to see my screen right now?
Yep, we're able to see the video now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Enjoy the video, guys. Hi guys, thanks for staying with us. Hope you guys have enjoyed the short video we have put together for you. Sorry, Yes, so we are very excited to be here, and we have prepared quite a little bit of content for you guys today to share with you what is Indeed about. So I'll just briefly run through the agenda for today. So right now I'm actually doing the welcome for you guys. Shortly, I'll pass the floor over to Jordan, who is our site director of the Singapore Product Delivery Center. Followed by that, Rong, our staff software engineer, will be sharing a little bit more about the software engineering at Indeed, and followed by Ziming, who will share a little bit more about data and product science at Indeed. And I'll come back again and share about the opportunities and application process that we have here at Indeed. All right. So over to you, Jordan.
Hey, everyone. Good day. This is actually my sixth Hack&Roll. I've been involved in Hack&Roll since 2017 from various companies, including TradeGecko, Carousel, and now Indeed. I've been in the tech industry for coming up on quite a few years. And what I want to share to you is a little bit about Indeed and what makes Indeed different. And it really comes back to what's right there next to my image, which is we help people get jobs. That is the mission of Indeed. That is what it all rolls from. It's about those job seekers and helping them find jobs. And I don't know about you, but I've always been a mission-driven person. I've always wanted companies that have a strong mission and to be part of that. And Indeed provides that. And what's really cool about being Indeed is that mission requires us to solve really interesting, difficult, challenging problems. And those problems are the kind of place where you grow. And throughout my career in software engineering and software development, one thing has been true of pretty much everybody I've worked with: a desire, a passion to grow, to get better, to be exposed to more. And Indeed provides an environment for that to happen, and to help nurture that and to grow you and to develop you. And the kind of problems we have to solve are really big problems. To kind of give you a sense of scale, Indeed is the world's #1 job site. In the US, 73% of people who get a job via the internet, it happens on Indeed. We're in 60 countries, 28 languages, and these numbers are a little bit old, but 250 million unique visitors every month, 20 million unique jobs every month on the platform. We're helping people find jobs literally every minute of every day. This is the kind of place we are. We operate at a scale. We operate with a reach that is just incredible. And again, very interesting, challenging, fun problems to solve in doing that. So I really encourage you to consider Indeed as a place to build your career. I think one of the things that sets us apart is Indeed in Singapore is not a regional office. I think, as you know, most tech offices for tech multinationals are regional offices. They're for Southeast Asia. We're actually building product with a global reach and a global impact here in Singapore. Some of the first product work we did launched in the US. It was for the US. And we also completely own the problems that we're working on. It's our work that we're doing to reach the world. So turning it back to Calvin, who will lead us along.
Thank you so much, Jordan, for sharing. All right, next we will hear from Rong. Hi, Rong.
Hi. Hey, everyone. It's so nice to be here. So I'm a software engineer at Indeed. I've been in Indeed for probably 3.5 years. I'm in this industry for more than 10 years. And so far, Indeed is the best one that I've ever been. So I've been worked on a few products in Indeed. And right now, what I'm working on is to help job seekers worldwide to apply for jobs they love. So I want to talk a bit about the engineering teams in Indeed, since I'm a software engineer. In a typical engineering team in Indeed, we normally have an engineering manager. We call it TDM, Technical Delivery Manager. We have 3 to 7 software engineers in the team. We have a product manager or a program manager working with us. And we have 1 QA engineer or SDET, software developer in test. A UX designer, if we have anything to do with user-facing UI with the team. A data scientist or product scientist, if we need help from data science. And also a project manager to help us to improve the processes with the team. So that's a typical team. It is small. Everyone is dedicated to the products owned by the team to make sure that the team is focused. But we do also have a lot of chances to collaborate with other teams in Indeed globally. For my team, we collaborate with teams in Tokyo, in US, and in India a lot. But that doesn't mean that you have to do a lot of early morning calls or late night calls, because in Indeed, we normally form the teams co-localized. But since now we are all working from home because of COVID-19, we meet each other online. So the teams we form in this period is still co-time zone. So for example, in my team, we have team members from Tokyo, Australia, India, and Singapore, right? So we're all in the similar time zones so that we can meet each other online and we don't need to stay late or get up early for that. So that's about the teams in Indeed. So when we create products, we are data-driven. So Indeed is a data-driven company. We use data to make decisions. We use data to decide what we should build next and what means a success to us, right? So we log everything so that we can use those data to monitor our products, to measure the performance or impact of the products. We run new features in A/B test so that we can use the data we collect to prove or disprove the concept and iterate fast from that. So for example, we deliver several features to the job application process that we own every day. By having that faster release, we can get the data collection much faster. And this means we have a lot more chance to deliver better products because we can deliver very fast. And we don't need to work for like months on a product and cross our fingers to pray it would work on the last release day. And so that's more exciting, right? Because we get to know that, well, our job seekers are using the new features, they get those benefits very, very frequently. And also there's less stress, less risk, because we can always roll back or like push a fix if we find there's an issue. And by doing all of this, it means faster growth because we learn from all of the release we do, we learn from all of the success and the failures we made. If you join Indeed as a software engineer, even if you're an intern, you'll get code into production environment in the first week. And that piece of code might be used by millions of users daily. Okay, so what do you get by working at Indeed? Firstly, like Jordan mentioned, there are a lot of challenges and they're interesting challenges. By addressing those challenges, we help job seekers to get their dream jobs. And you own the products you build. You don't just wait for your manager or product manager to tell you what to do next, right? That you have all of the right to convince the team to say, well, this is the most important thing that I believe we should build next. And you and the team own that outcome. And by the way, it's totally okay to fail. So as far as we learn from the failures, it's totally fine. And you grow by learning from the decisions made by the team and all of the products built by the team. And at the same time, Indeed, we have very, very good mentoring programs so that there are plenty of senior people that who can be your mentor and to help in your career growth. Yeah, so like there are a lot of more interesting things or exciting things I believe Calvin will mention about later. So yep, that's about the software engineering Indeed. Thank you. I'll pass it back to Calvin.
Thank you so much, Rong. Yeah, guys, I just wanted to highlight also, Jordan and Rong are judges for the Hack&Roll 2022. Okay. Next, I'll pass the floor over to Ziming, our science manager. Over to you, Ziming.
Hey. Hello, I'm kind of a science manager. In Singapore, I've been Indeed for about 3 years. I'm leading a team of data scientists to build the machine learning models for various product use. For example, job application quality, job recommendation, sentiment analysis, etc. Our main kind of a technique, we're mainly using the natural language processing machine learning techniques. I would like to echo one point mentioned by Jordan. We are a delivery center in Singapore, but we are working worldwide. We support the whole world. One special things for the Singapore team is we are not just working for the US, the English-speaking markets. We are also working, devoted large efforts to working for the international markets, especially the APAC, European, and South America. So we are working with Japanese, we are working with the German, French, Spanish. That's give you, in fact, a good challenge and also an opportunity to really apply what you learn in your school. Mostly, you learn only English processing, modeling all the language, but very few chance you can really get touched to the French or Japanese unless you really know the language. Here, you will have a chance to work all of these. Next page, please. And just mentioned, we are a kind of a worldwide company. And also for data science and product science, we have distributed across the world right now in 7 centers. And also we are still growing. Our main mission is using the statistical analysis and the machine learning techniques in leveraging our data to help people get jobs. And we have various teams working on different production areas, product areas, application quality, job recommendation, search ranking, etc., etc. So the way of a data scientist and product scientist work is they will be embedded into the product business team to work very closely and collaborate with the product team, product managers, software engineering to make real impact and contribution. You are going to work on real world challenge problem, not the toy problem. Basically, you will see usually when you learn those machine at school. So you will really see what you learn, how to apply to real world products, and how to see the impact, even how to measure the impact before you really start. Next one. So in this page, I will briefly describe what kind of a data science works happen in Indeed. Echo Rong's point, we also favor the iterative development process. And one of the key words you want, I hope you return after this, is problem solving. We are solving real world problem. We are not just working for fun, or we are not working for research, because we are the real industry. We are solving the real world problem. And we tend to iterate solutions fast and more. We want to learn from the failures. We want to learn from other people's lessons. So if you look at the whole kind of a cycle, on the top, so-called business understanding, that's basically the why you want to work this on any kind of a problem. What's the use case? What's the background, the context for this? How this product can help people find jobs. On the right, basically data acquisition and understanding. This is one of the weak points usually happen in academic school, because the data more or less given to you. You have less understanding why this data came in this way, and also for ease of professor teaching, usually the data is well formatted shape. But in the real world, you will see data much messy, and how to really build data pipeline to build the data and also to know what data available or where to get the data. So you will really have a hands-on experience on data acquisition and understanding. And on the left side, basically, that's most thing you learn at school is called modeling. That's called the science part of the data sets. So that's all the techniques of well-established machine learning. However, there's a lot of caveats and tips happen in real industry. You will get very good learning and practice within the Indeed data science team to know the trade-offs. Is always kind of some trade-offs to make informed decisions. Lastly, but not the least, the deployment is really make the impact. To deploy your model, to apply your analysis into real-world product and help people to find jobs. Anything you done on the kind of your local environment, basically anything not really deployed into a production or not able to support the product manager or any product people to really make the impact, it's still kind of not finished. We really emphasize the whole life cycle for all the data scientists to let them to understand what's their work, how to see their work impact, and also let them to see where the growth area for their own professional career development. So they may have strong kind of a science part on the modeling, but they may a little bit weak on the deployment or the business understanding. Our team, all the data science team has established a program and mentorship to help especially the French student to pick up those kind of weak areas. Hopefully you get more experience on especially real world product development experience by using the machine learning techniques. Next page. So for a lot of students, we understand they are not aware of the product sense. We have a specialized role in so-called product sense in Indeed to support the product development. So the key thing for product sense is they use scientific methods to improve the product. So the whole cycle conceptually similar to the data scientist, but you work in a different ways to solve the problem. They also starting from on the top, you see the identify opportunity. That's basically where is the problem, where is the pinpoint from the product. And often you will see multiple problems. So they will help the product manager and to prioritize different problems, depends on the urgency, depends on the value, depends on the dependency, or etc. And they will help to set up the hypothesis. This is similar to your statistic course about the hypothesis testing. Basically, you want to know what's happening and what may help to solve this problem, and create such a research or even testing plan. Then you ensure the data logging, there's a data availability available for you to perform analysis. Later, you will share the results and also draw the conclusion, make recommendation to product manager, what's the next step to be, and usually those things will be deployed into the product system to test and to see what's the results, make the impact on the job seekers' journey to find the jobs. So the key difference between product sense and data sense, they are working in different ways to support the product. Usually, data sense tends to build stuff, especially something new stuff. Product sense tend to optimize existing products to make it better, or even trying to find some new opportunities, overlooked areas from by the product manager where the next big growth could be. So that's the way we try to differentiate between the data sense and the product sense. Having said that, next page. Also, there's some difference in terms of skill sets between data sense and the product sense. Generally speaking, we try to evaluate the candidates in 4 kind of categories: product development, math statistics, machine learning, and software engineering. However, the distribution between the data scientists and product scientists are slightly different. For data scientists, because we tend to build some new stuff, so we more or less a little bit favor more on ask more expertise on the machine learning and the software engineering, because we work very closely with the software engineering by code. However, product scientists tend to use more math statistics, especially hypothesis testing, A/B experiments, and product development. Basically, they should have more better business acumen and product sense, how to design different metrics, how to track the experiments, do the statistical analysis to really prove, oh, this is a kind of a root cause and how can we address the current product pinpoints. So that's a relative difference between the product sense and the data sense, but they still share a lot of skills in between. And also there is a path you can, after you get in, maybe after working a while, you feel, oh, if I get in as a product data science, but I really interested in the product development, you can still work a lot in the product development, even some product science works. After a while, you really make decision, no, I want to really change to the product science track. There's a well-established path, make the change available, possible. So you can change, exchange in between data science and the product science. Yeah, that's all.
Thanks a lot, Ziming, for your sharing. Yeah, so guys, we hope we are getting you very excited, to explore a career with Indeed. So I'm back again to share a lot more about our opportunities and our application process. But before I do, here's a quick video, about our Singapore tech office. Enjoy.
So what brought me to Indeed was an opportunity to build a world-class software engineering center in Singapore.
I was very excited about being part of this environment where I have a big amount of contribution to growing the site.
Aside from the fact that we're trying to transform the hiring industry, we're trying to also transform someone else's life.
We are introducing transparency to the market, closing the gaps between the job seekers and the employers.
The one thing I really liked about Indeed in terms of culture, it's very open, it's very transparent, the leaders are very close to you. You can even walk up to the leaders and ask them a question.
When I joined, I spent 1 month in onboarding and I was like, wow, this is different. Over here, they make very concentrated efforts to make sure you're part of the team.
People really work to be egoless. They want to make the right decisions. They want those decisions rooted in data and informed by data.
We have pretty good collaboration between product engineering and UX. We all sit together, we are all kind of working closely together in little squads. We are working to really grow the team fast.
The idea of the Gong project is to introduce new hires to Indeed's engineering framework within the first week to give them an experience of how is it like to push code out to production so that they feel that they can make an impact.
We're building product that's going to have global reach, global impact. It's deep tech, it's deep product. We're doing stuff that is fundamental to the Indeed product portfolio.
It does require a certain bit of being able to switch roles if needed or being able to put on multiple hats.
We're also looking at people who have a sense about how to solve problems, to come up with solutions, not to abstract computer science problems, but to fundamental product problems.
You should come to work with Indeed if you like to innovate, if you have great ideas, if you like to learn, if you like to try something new, where you know you have great people who will share your idea and help take that forward with you.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. Did you guys see a few familiar faces in the video? Jordan and Ron was in the video. Okay, so we are actually at the last part of our sharing session. So we hope you are really excited, to hear about what are the opportunities available for you. So and we just wanted to share how you can actually land a career at Indeed. So what's in for you? If you were to apply to us and explore an opportunity with us, we are expanding our global footprint and have offices around the world. You will get global exposure and a chance to work with people from different countries and background. The product and features you have built will impact millions of lives. And this is also what has been shared, in the earlier sharing by Rong, Jordan, and Simik. Also at Indeed, all new joiners will be assigned a buddy and a manager to ensure you have the necessary support to help you succeed. At Indeed, you will get mentorship and the capability to work with seniors who were from top tech companies. And I think this is an extremely important, especially if you are if you're a current student who's looking for an internship or a fresh graduate. I think you will definitely have a mentor who will help you push, help you grow your career. Next, our employees are foremost the most important to us, and we know in the past year, due to the work from home arrangement, many people have suffered a burnout. So at Indeed, we foster a very strong work-life balance culture here at Indeed, and the company is taking every single step to ensure that it doesn't happen to any of our employees in Indeed. Next, your learning and growth, you will get structure, you will get mentorship, you will get growth and empowerment. You will get to participate in boot camp that is designed by our engineering teams to help you get started in your first 12 weeks. Last but not least, Indeed, to talk about we have very attractive employee benefits. So Indeed has an open leave policy system. Even if you exceed the number of annual leave you can take, you may still request for PTO as long as your manager approves it. I think this shows how much the company put trust in our employees. Every month or so, we get a company-wide off day, which we call here the U Day, Y-O-U. Yeah, it's really a U Day, a day for you, for Indeedians to rest and recharge. So I personally use this U Day to catch up with my friends and all. Yeah. Okay. So next, I would like to share a little bit about our application process here. So be it if you're applying for a software engineer role, a data scientist role, a product scientist or role, this is the application is more or less the same. It's very transparent and straightforward over here. So first, you will definitely need to submit an online application via our careers portal. Next, you will be invited to take an online assessment. So if you're applying for a software engineering role, it will be a carrot interview. If you're applying for a product scientist or a data scientist role, you'll be invited to attempt a HackerRank test. So after which, so basically you can actually, the test will actually focus on your technical skills. Basically it's an opportunity to show us, what your skills are, what your interests are and where your skills currently stand. And next, if you pass the online assessment, you will be invited to batch day. A batch day is like an interview loop where you get to meet our Indeed engineers and you go through like 3 to 4 rounds of interviews in one day. And then after that, if you are successful through the entire process, you will hear from our HR team on the next step. So in case if you are wondering, is the application recruitment process the same for graduate and interns? They are the same. Yeah. So this shows that we are very consistent in our hiring approach, and all candidates will get the same kind of interview experience with us. So next, what you need to apply for a job with us, all you need to do is just to visit university.indeed.jobs, and search for the following roles. We have two sections. If you are a final year student who is graduating this year, you can click on the early careers tab. And it will lead you to all the full-time opportunities that we have here at Indeed. And if you are a student who is looking for an internship this summer, from the 9th of May to 29th of July, 12 weeks, you can click on the internship tab and it will bring you to all the available opportunities in Indeed. So we are hiring for software developer engineers, data scientists, product scientists, and also UX designers. Yeah, they are all available in full-time and internship. Okay. Yeah. So again, interested, all you need to do is just to visit university.indeed.jobs, or you can scan the QR code here. All right, that brings us to the end of the Indeed engagement session. Passing the floor over back to Chris. Chris, is there any question for us?
Yeah, so firstly, thanks so much for Jordan, Rong, Zhiming, and Kelvin for sharing about Indeed. I just want to say that I was actually a summer intern at Indeed last summer, and I actually had a really great time there. Indeed is a company that really walks the talk, and they really have whatever they're saying here is really all true. So yeah, moving on, maybe I'll just address a few questions that's raised on the live stream. There's a question by Jessica which asks, what is the most interesting project you have worked on? So I guess I will just throw this question to perhaps Rong or Zhiming. Perhaps you would like to talk about some of the interesting projects you worked on.
Okay, I'll go first today. So the most interesting projects I'm working on is actually the current that I'm working on, because Indeed started from US more than 10 years ago, a lot of years ago. And a lot of processes were optimized for US market. But we, I'm in international platform team, but our focus is to help job seekers worldwide, not just the US, to find their jobs, right? And I'm focusing on the job application process. So, so what I am trying to address is to get all of the data we need internationally to understand what we can do for those job seekers in those markets. Speaking of job application, and to do that, we need to understand every bit of the product itself, the applied product itself, and also to understand all of our job seekers and all of our employers, what are they looking for from those jobs, right? Only by doing that, we can provide the best application process to the job seekers for them to give their information that the employers need.
I just had one example. We recently have made a very good progress and in a success at the Japanese market in terms of communication between job seeker and employers, trying to detect the positive kind of a sentiment response from the employers to have Japanese job seeker find their jobs. We reached about 3 to 4 times growth, and this is a really good opportunity for, I would say, most of us. I personally don't speak Japanese, but I really lead a team to made the model working for the Japanese. This is, to be honest, this is also the first time I worked on the kind of a real product on Japanese. So I believe we will have a more kind of such a good example on other language. You will never have, you may never have such a good experience in school or in other company.
Yep, thank you for the sharing. So in the interest of time, I think we'll just end the engagement session now, but I just want to say that if anybody has any questions, feel free to drop Indeed any questions at their Discord channel. So finally, I just want to thank Indeed again for being our platinum sponsor. Without Indeed, there's no way this event could have happened. So thanks so much for joining us in this engagement session today, and do visit them at their virtual booths on Discord. Yep. So thank you so much. And with this, we'll come to the end of this engagement session. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Hi guys, I'm on Discord and also Gather. So feel free to drop by if you have any other questions.
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer. Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
Front, left. Front, right. Front, left.
Are you all ready? Already live?
Okay, we are live. So yeah, hi to everyone on the live stream watching the Hack&Roll live stream at the moment. Today we are here with Mo from Intuit QuickBooks to share about his company. And I'll pass the time over to Mo. I just want to emphasize again that Intuit is our gold sponsor. So without their help, this event could never have happened. So I'll pass over the time to you, Mo.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It's great to be part of Hack&Roll. Thank you for the sponsors and other sponsors, and thank you for the organizers for the great work making this happen. And thank you for joining me for this session. I hope you'll find it insightful and learn through it about what we're working on at Intuit Singapore. I'll quickly go through our agenda today. I'll talk a bit about our mission at Intuit and how we intend to achieve it. Then I'll zoom in on our products, especially the product that we're building here in Singapore. And finally, I'll have one of our engineers talk about what it's like to work at Intuit before opening the floor for any questions. So a quick introduction about myself. My name is Mohammed, and I'm a group development manager at QuickBooks Commerce at Intuit. I've been in this industry for a bit over a decade, and I joined Intuit in 2020 as part of the acquisition of TradeGecko, which was a startup built and nurtured from ground up here in Singapore since 2012. Here at Intuit, we are the makers of products like TurboTax, Mint, QuickBooks, Credit Karma, and most recently, MailChimp, the marketing automation platform, joined our family through an acquisition in 2021. Intuit was founded in 1983, went public in 1993, and since then has grown to 20 office locations in 9 countries around the world, with 14,200 employees, increasing by the day, and a combined platform revenue of 9.6 billion USD in 2021. We are on a mission to power prosperity around the world. Our goal by 2025 is to double household saving rate. You can imagine, families saving money, paying debt, paying taxes. We want to make sure that there's more money in our customers' pocket by maximizing the revenue they can obtain and delivering confidence in high-stake activities like filing taxes, running their businesses. In addition to that, we want to make sure that we improve small and medium businesses' success rate. This is a big area for us. And as you always hear, SMBs are the backbone and the vibrant element in every economy. So supporting their success directly means a stronger economy and a more prosperous society. To serve these goals, we've identified what we call big bets. These are strategic initiatives that address difficult problems that our customers are facing day to day. You can find more about these bets if you Google Intuit strategy, but I'm just showing you them here quickly. But I'll focus on the one that we're working on here in Singapore office, which is Big Bet 4, being the center of small business growth. About 20% of small and medium businesses fail in their first year. And by the 5th year, that failure rate goes up to 50%. And most of them fail because of cash flow problems. If you zoom in a bit further on the segment of product-based businesses, those businesses that have inventory, they sell physical goods. They face unique challenges around managing businesses day to day, shipping products, procuring from suppliers, getting paid, you name it. All these activities are difficult to do and stay on top of. More importantly, they have to sell in online and offline channels now. And when you think about like online, offline channels as, like Amazon, eBay, or a point of sale system in your physical store, we believe we are well situated as a company to help increase their success rate. This is where QuickBooks Commerce comes into play. I'll let our Vice President, Cassie Devine, talk through how QuickBooks Commerce is doing that and supporting small and medium businesses.
Hi, I'm Cassie Devine, Senior Vice President for the QuickBooks Online platform. 30% of small businesses are product-based. In our major markets, that translates to roughly 6.4 million businesses, and we only serve 1 million of them with QuickBooks today. More than ever, these small businesses need our help. Getting customers is more important than ever, and more those customers are shopping online. However, half of product-based businesses only sell in one channel, and 36% say they're afraid to open a second channel because of the complexity that it creates. While managing with pen and paper, duct tape solutions may have worked initially, it becomes untenable, and it makes getting a view of your business performance next to impossible. Let me show you how QuickBooks Commerce makes the complex simple. Once a customer signs up for QuickBooks Commerce, connecting e-commerce stores is easy. For example, connect Shopify in a few clicks, and now product and stock levels are automatically pulled into QuickBooks Commerce. When a customer adds and connects more channels, whether it's Amazon, ShipStation, or eBay, QuickBooks becomes a one-stop shop for managing inventory and orders across all online stores. This saves customers time and provides a full picture of sales and inventory. QuickBooks Commerce is already connected to over 35 of the top e-commerce providers and marketplaces, and we're just getting started. Now, connecting sales channels is only part of the equation. Many small businesses are using manual methods to manage order and inventory across channels, which gets in the way of growing a business. QuickBooks Commerce makes it simpler and automatic. Customers can add products and include detailed descriptions, images, pricing, and number of units, and then publish to multiple channels at once. QuickBooks Commerce synchronizes inventory across every store. So if 5 units of an item are sold on Shopify, inventory across all other connected sales channels is automatically updated. This prevents customers from selling inventory they don't have, which also helps avoid penalties from marketplaces. Orders are tracked in one place, making it easy to manage the entire order lifecycle, from payment to packing to fulfillment. In addition to helping customers with their B2C stores, QuickBooks Commerce has a customizable B2B storefront, helping customers manage their wholesale business. Bringing a process traditionally run by fax, phone, pen, and paper totally online. With QuickBooks Commerce, customers have one centralized hub to see all of their data holistically across channels. They can easily identify which products are selling best and get a complete understanding of revenue. Soon they'll be able to see which channels are most profitable. Having all of this data in one place means smarter insights to make better business decisions. All of the data in QuickBooks Commerce, combined with the powerful insights in QuickBooks Online, not to mention automated taxes and accounting, that creates magic because it gives customers a handle on their business they were never able to get before. All of the innovation we've shown you is in service to becoming the center of small business growth. We are well positioned to better serve product-based businesses, and early indicators give us confidence in our approach. We are building momentum in our core money offerings, processing $91 billion across our payments ecosystem, up 40% from last year. We are well on our way to becoming the source of truth for small business, and we will continue to accelerate innovation on our AI-driven expert platform. Thank you.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Cassie
Awesome.
Devine,
So
Senior Vice.
basically, moving on from our mission and what our teams are doing in Singapore, you might be asking, what does it look like to work at Intuit? And I believe it's best to have one of our engineers, Maya Bello, talk through her experience of joining Intuit as a software engineer.
Hi, my name is Maya Bello, and I'm a software engineer here at Intuit. Currently, I'm a full stack engineer, So I get to work with both the front end, which is like the UI work, what the customer sees, and then I also get to work with a lot of the back end. And I just like that I get to explore those two different parts. One of the reasons I chose Intuit, I really felt comfortable and I felt like it was a safe learning environment. And that was something I didn't feel with other companies. What Intuit did that different companies didn't do when I was interviewing was they actually had a behavioral interview. And what I liked about this was I actually got to talk with engineers and talk about like the biggest challenge I ever overcame, or what do I do when I'm solving a new problem? And from there, they got to hear about my journey and how I was new to computer science in the beginning, but how I found my way. And I think it shows just how Intuit really looks for like well-rounded individuals. Yes, you can code, you know your algorithms, you know your data structures, but then at the same time, they also look for people who are good at communicating. Because if you have great code, but you can't tell people what it does, it's like, what's the point? So that's what I really liked about Intuit. I didn't see that at any other company I interviewed with. And then in general, I like how there's different opportunities to learn. Like for example, if I wanted to take a JavaScript class, I could look online at the Tech Learning and take one next week. Or if we had a huge security conference where you got to try out hacking and there's like a huge capture the flag online activity, you'll find like different opportunities to be a part of. I never really saw myself in tech due to like a lack of representation and a lack of exposure. However, after getting a computer science degree and now working at Intuit, I feel like I'm fully confident in my abilities. I'm making stuff for the customer. I'm doing what I love and I also get to help other people. For example, volunteering with Girls Who Code or volunteering with a nonprofit, Street Code, that teaches kids how to code. And I feel like this helps to power prosperity.
All right, awesome. So, as Maya said, Intuit is an amazing place to work and grow. And as you see here, Intuit has been an award-winning place for work by so many organizations. We are in Fortune World's 25 best workplaces. We are in Glassdoor's best places to work. We are in Forbes' best employers for diversity. And we are Fast Company's best workplaces for innovators. You can see more about that at working at Intuit site. More importantly, actually, we take care of our employees and teams. We have a great health benefits. And we want our employees to be always happy and healthy. We even had our chefs and gym instructors do online videos and office hours for meditation and mindfulness during COVID because of the restriction on physical places in the office. We run actually our very own 2 weeks hackathon per year, 1 week in April and the other week is in November. We call them Global Engineering Days, where engineers from around the world create projects and try and hack different ideas together. And you can actually get exposure to so many teams, AI teams, machine learning, knowledge engineering, mobile apps, infrastructure, Kubernetes, you name it. There are so many projects across so many teams that during hack days, even if you're working on a specific team from like a day-to-day perspective, you get a lot of great exposure through these hackathons. We have, as Maya said, we have actually amazing learning opportunities. We have an organization inside Intuit called Tech Learning, where you can actually sign up for courses, instructor-led inside Intuit about different technologies. We have access to a great library of amazing videos, O'Reilly Safari, Udemy, you get account access through the company itself. So we really care to make sure that our engineers and individuals are actually ramping up and learning more, not only through their day-to-day work, but also through exposure to new technologies. Let alone talking about open source contributions. Intuit contributes to a lot of open source projects and funds them. So you'll get the opportunity to work on that too. And of course, first and foremost, you want to work with a great team and a supported environment. I can tell you from my own experience joining Intuit in 2020 as part of an acquisition that, out of 14,000 employees, you always think that, hey, am I going to get some, bad experience? Because there's so many people. So, you might have some bad experiences, but up until now, I'm in year 2 and I interacted with so many teams around the world between Israel, the US, India, Australia, the UK, and everybody's so nice and very supportive and very friendly, and everybody cares about the customers. It's amazing. And finally, Intuit has a great pay. So basically, the combination of our base pay bonus system, as well as a public company, we issue restricted stock unit for joiners. The combination of these three make up a great package for you. I hope this talk has been informative. And especially to know more about what we're doing here in Singapore. Please check our career site for opportunities to join us on our journey. Also, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm always happy to discuss and answer any questions that you have. Check our tech entrepreneur internship and co-op programs. We're always hiring. Now I'll open the floor for any questions. Thank you.
Yep, thanks Mo for the sharing. So I think there are a few questions from the stream chat at the moment. So there's a question from Noel that's asking about, are there internship programs for UI, UX or product management?
Yep. So we run actually a really big internship program. I think last year in 2021, we had about 270 interns worldwide. I think you can check, as I said, the career site. There's a tab around the internship program. You can always check it out, and we're always happy to discuss that if you'd like on Discord or on GatherTown.
Sure. Right. So you guys know where to find the information. So next we have a question from Josh. Josh is asking about, hi Mo, what is the most challenging project you've worked on at QuickBooks?
Oh, awesome. Well, I think up until now, in my experience and within Intuit is only 1 year, but we've had a really amazing year and a project around actually moving our infrastructure. Initially, part of our team worked on moving the infrastructure from our old hosting into Intuit's infrastructure as part of the acquisition, of course. And one of the amazing things is that Intuit has an automated system, or a system they called Modern SaaS, which enables you to scaffold and build a lot of services out of the box, hook up to the infrastructure of Intuit. So you get like logging out of the box, you get CI/CD pipelines, you get a lot of things built up by the infrastructure teams. And everything is in a DevOps mindset. So you own a lot of these resources. You can actually manage them through what we call Dev Portal. And as we were mapping that out from like our old hosting to the new hosting, which is inside Intuit, it was a really amazing experience. A lot of learnings, a lot of challenges. And because Intuit is one of the biggest customers for AWS, we had actually AWS architects and engineers with us on our Slack channels, discussing the requirements, talking about how we're going to go about it, how we're going to make sure that as we move terabytes of data, we are not impacting our customers' operations at all. And over a period of about 8-9 months, we've actually finished that. Part of our team finished that, while the rest of the team worked on incrementing and adding more capabilities to the platform.
That sounds amazing. It sounds like it was a huge project to work on. So there's another question by Stephen Tan, which is asking about, what roles are you hiring for the APAC region? Is it more on expansion or more on the core product?
Oh, awesome. That's a great question. We are definitely building a core product here in Singapore. Actually, the acquisition brought in QuickBooks Commerce, and we are building it here inside Singapore with the collaboration with Mountain View and India teams. So we're not expansion teams, we're actually a big bet. And out of the 5 big bets that the company has invested in, we are big bet number 4. And so from role side, up until now, if you go to our career site, you can find about 3 or 4 roles. We're opening up more and more roles. And so if you look at our roles and you don't find what you're looking for, reach out to us. We're always hiring. We always have positions, and we will be putting on more roles in the near future.
I see. That's really cool. So I guess I have one more question from myself. I tend to like to ask this question to people, which is what is unique about working at Intuit that you have not experienced elsewhere?
Wow, that is a great question. Okay, give me a second to give you like a proper answer for this. In many companies at the size of Intuit and at the age of Intuit, you would think that you would be dealing with a lot of legacy technology, a lot of slow moving parts. What I was amazed by is both the friendliness, the support that you get at such a scale. You might be reaching out to someone you've never talked to in a component or a system in another location, and they'll be the friendliest people. It's amazing. Like everybody in Intuit comes with like a friendly tag on them. And Intuit has reinvented itself. Like think about the fact that Intuit started in 1983. There was no payment gateways. There was nothing. There was like a lot of services that you take now for granted did not exist. So Intuit had to build them first and actually then drop them and adopt new systems and reinvent itself every time. And now Intuit infrastructure is on Kubernetes, deploy with one click. A lot of management happens in a DevOps mindset. The whole infrastructure, while serving millions of businesses around the world, we're talking here about an infra that is serving literally millions of businesses. They have been able to reinvent and move their infra to be up to date continuously. So you'll see a lot of that innovation and care for customers and care for speed and productivity in every discussion, in every conversation you join.
I see. That's really cool. I think it was really interesting to me to hear about how the company has adapted to infrastructure changes as well as to but what really stood out to me was about how you talked about the culture of the company, and it really made like Intuit sound like a great place to work in. So yeah, in the interest of time, I guess if anybody else has any other questions, you know where to find Mo. You can just look for him on Discord or on GatherTown, and I think he'll be very happy to answer your questions. So yep, thanks so much for the great sharing by Mo. I think today we really heard about what an awesome place Intuit might sound like to work in. So yep, I guess that's it for this engagement session. Once again, we'd like to thank Intuit so much for being the gold sponsor for this event. So Mo, do you have any last few sentences for the live stream?
No, I hope that you'll have an awesome time hacking, and I'll be roaming around the channels, and I'll be like talking to many of you hopefully. And if you have any questions, any like asks, please reach out. Don't hesitate. Have a great hacking time.
All right. Yep. All right. So yep. So to the live stream, we'll be showing the code for the unlock code next. Please note that the unlock code will only work for the next 30 minutes. So ensure you claim the code as soon as possible. All right. So signing off from the live stream now, and we are done. Okay, so we are live now, and today we are here on the live stream together with Lauren and Aaron from ExpressVPN. So very happy to have both of you guys here to hear more about ExpressVPN. So ExpressVPN is actually a gold sponsor of Hack&Roll, and without them, this event wouldn't have happened. So really grateful to ExpressVPN for your support as well. So without further ado, let me pass the time on to Lauren, who'll be talking more about ExpressVPN.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's fantastic to be here, and we're really pleased to be supporting NUS and Hack&Roll. It's something that we're really proud of, that we're supporting the Singapore students and the Singapore community, because this is one of the markets where we are absolutely exploding in regards to growth. So something you might not know about ExpressVPN is that it was started over 10 years ago, and for over 10 years, so since 2009, we've been committed to a mission, a bigger purpose that drives us every single day. What that is about is making the internet more open, free, and accessible for all. And that's something that guides us every day in everything we do. And I think for us, something that's really important when we turn up for work is that we're not just turning up to write code, write press releases, make social media, develop products. We're really always thinking about how do we deliver on our mission, and we are united by that across the business, no matter what part of the business we work for. So I work as group manager of corporate communications and consumer communications, which means that I'm responsible for going out there and making sure that we're talking about our product and letting people know what we do. The great news for everybody watching this stream right now, though, is, well, I can tell you a lot about the business. I'm pretty sure you want to hear more about what is it like being somebody who works in security or works in the technology side of the business. And that's where it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Aaron, who is our head of cybersecurity. Aaron, do you want to give a little intro about yourself, maybe even what you studied and what brought you to the point of being head of cybersecurity at ExpressVPN?
Sure. So my name's Aaron. I'm the head of cybersecurity, as Lauren just lovingly said. So my remit is basically over managing and ensuring that 3 different cybersecurity teams under me are doing their job, doing their best to protect not only the company, but also our customers. So those 3 teams under me we have a offensive security team, which is responsible for doing penetration tests as well as red teaming. Very exciting stuff. It helps ensure that our applications are very, very, very secure. Secondly, we have a security engineering team. They're designed to engineer, deploy, and develop security controls across the company. They're also very focused on automation, doing things in a really cool and innovative way, and also very efficient way. And then finally, I have a security operations center, or a SOC. These are the kind of guys you might think of that are always on the hunt and lookout for bad guys attacking us. And so, yeah, they're just there monitoring to make sure that we are secure, identifying anyone who's potentially attacking us, and responding to it immediately in a very secure manner.
And all of these team members are spread out across the world, right? So we've got all of your security team, as well as other engineers, marketers, designers, data analysts. They're all across the world. We've got people in Toronto, London, lots of people in Singapore, Australia, Hong Kong, Philippines, Tokyo, and the list just seems to be keeping on growing every day. To let everybody know that when Aaron and I joined, there was just a handful of ExpressVPN employees in Singapore, and we're now absolutely overflowing with almost, I want to say, we're heading towards 100 people based out of Singapore. We have a fantastic office now in the heart of Bugis in the Parkview Square building that some of you might refer to as the Gotham building. So it's very nice to be in such a great part of town and to have all of our team together. Now, Aaron, just going back to my early question, which was, how did you get here? Like, what did you study and what were the steps that you took to get to this point?
Sure. So I actually went to school in America at the University of Tulsa. I studied a very standard, I wouldn't say standard, computer science degree, very hardcore into coding, all the way up to compilers and things along those lines. I really love discrete math. I was also doing programming competitions in the university as well. We placed 3rd place in the Central Southwest ACM competition in America, which I was very proud of. I took that knowledge, and from there, I actually got into a scholarship sponsored by the U.S. Department of Defense, which enabled me to get a job immediately after my university at the Department of Defense, where I was doing reverse engineering of enemy malware targeted at the U.S. Department of Defense. So I did that for a couple of years along with digital forensics. From there, I then transitioned out to a job with IBM where I was a security engineer. I once again worked indirectly with the US government, making things secure for them as a contractor via IBM, but engineering and deploying a lot of different security controls there. Next after that, I went to JP Morgan Chase, the bank, and while there, I worked as a security analyst, helping to detect and respond to security threats targeting the bank. I worked there for multiple years, and then actually throughout this, I actually started working at JP Morgan in London, so that was my first time working internationally. They then enabled me to move over to Singapore, which is where I've now been for 5 years, and then 2 years ago, I transitioned over to ExpressVPN, where I've now been head of cybersecurity, and I'm absolutely loving it here.
Fantastic. And for somebody right now who's sitting there with their computer science degree or on their way to having their computer science degree, when you think back to that time in your life, is there anything that you wish you had done differently or any advice that you give someone who's at that stage who wants to end up where you are now?
I wouldn't say I would have done anything differently. I think I really like a computer science degree. I think it gives you a lot of foundations and basics that are really necessary to providing just basically to be an amazing person, especially if you want to contribute to technology. Advice that I might have, be hungry, always be there learning. If you're interested in a new technology, try and go find a way to learn about it. There's an amazing amount of free resources, especially for technology. Always just be going out there, grabbing them and using them, and it'll serve you in your best interest. And then kind of a weird one, I might say, I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Group projects, I think I recall as always hating them immensely, but in the end, collaboration is really key. So trying to make the best of it and learning how to work with other people is definitely a skill that is worth your time investing in.
Something that you just said then about group projects and before about the competitions that you did while you're at university made me think about the fact that you lead a team who have consistently placed in global and regional hacking competitions and at a university level set you up for the kinds of competitions that your team is still taking on and excelling. Can you talk a little bit about why your team loves to take part in these hacking competitions and don't just focus on the product every day?
Yeah, so competitions are an actually very interesting thing. As you said, they don't, shall we say, directly impact your work, but they help you benchmark, grow, and even have a fun way of just learning and growing your skills. Some of the competitions you alluded to, we recently placed first place at the Splunk Boss of the SOC competition in Asia. That's sort of using the tool Splunk to do sort of like a pseudo incident response competition. We've also placed very highly in numerous global offensive security competitions, including some run by Hack the Box and things like that. We're usually in around the top 3% there against hundreds of other teams globally. So I think that's just another major thing to celebrate.
What do you think though makes your team a winning team? Like what is it about the ExpressVPN team that lets them keep on placing in these things? What sets them apart?
I think that comes back to actually some of the things I mentioned earlier that I personally recommend other people do, and that's just be hungry, always be learning, always be growing. These competitions are a great way for you to think about things that you might not have thought of in the past and say, hey, this is a new skill set I'm not aware of. Let me go learn more and investigate about it. Oh, it's really interesting. I love this. So there's that. And then the other aspect, once again, collaboration. We need to be a team to focus, divide out work, because usually the competition is multiple people collaborating together under a very large time crunch, similar to what you might experience in a security incident. So you need to be able to coordinate, divide out work. Everyone needs to do their own part, combine the information once again rapidly, and deliver those amazing results.
Really interesting. It sounds like I already know this because I sit within the team, but one of the things that I love about working at ExpressVPN is that it's a combination of people who are highly technically skilled, but also just really enjoy working together. And that feeds into that collaboration and the winning spirit, which I like. I'm wondering, people here watching us are thinking about what the future of their career looks like and what the future of computer science and where it could take them looks like. Why did you choose ExpressVPN? Like, why come and work for us when you had so many other options? And why would someone who is starting their career want to come and start with us?
I think ExpressVPN, I'll just be really honest, I've worked at a lot of different places, a lot of different sizes. ExpressVPN to me is the best place I've ever worked. It's an amazing mixture where you can get your hands on so many different cutting edge technologies. If you want to embrace cloud, if you want to embrace automation, if you want to do things for the right reason. I mean, securing our customers and ourselves is, to me, a great mission. We're not just here to tick a box because someone came in and said, oh, to be X compliant, you need to do this, and then we don't care about the rest. No, we're here to do the right thing every day to ensure that. And having that kind of mission combined with a collaborative environment, combined with using all these cutting edge technologies, means that you can, as a first job, it's an amazing place. And then combine that finally with just excellent mentors and coaches, you can help grow your own skill set and prepare yourself for an amazing career while having fun doing it. I really want to establish that and call that out.
I don't know about you, but you missed out last night, but we did have a board gaming session, which was excellent across all of the different members of the team. So it's also using those like problem solving skills in a more fun, less formal environment too. Now, you are one of our most successful hirers at ExpressVPN. You have grown your side of the organization tremendously over the last year. What is your advice for people who are looking to interview well for people like you for roles going into technology spaces? What does acing an interview look like? What does being a great candidate who stands out look like?
I think a couple different things there. I want to call it the number one, I think the biggest thing for me is just going to be honesty, which I think that some people sometimes have a problem with. There's sometimes a concept that if you don't know something, it's a failure on your part. And then people might try to lie or bypass that question. And if the interviewer identifies this, that just results in a significantly worse opinion of the candidate. So first of all, number one thing, if you don't know something, that's fine. I'd rather you be open and honest about it than try and lie about it and try and imply that you do when in reality you don't. Because I can pretty much guarantee I'm going to be able to tell you that.
Can I tell you, Aaron, on my final round of interviews before I got into ExpressVPN, I was being interviewed by one of our CEOs, and 3 times I had to say to him, I'm sorry, I don't have the information to be able to answer that. This is the way that I would go and solve for that if this problem was brought to me, but really I need to research. And I came out of that interview thinking, oh my goodness, I did a terrible job. 3 times I had to admit that I don't know anything. And it turns out that that was one of my strongest traits, as it turned out, that I was very, very happy to say, I don't have the answer to this, but here's the process for how I would solve this, and I'll take ownership to make sure that I can solve it. So I think that's a really big thing, whether you're coming into a technical role or even looking to come across into the marketing side of the business.
I would consider that as something I look for in any person in any role. It's so critical and fundamental, because if I can't rely on you to tell the truth and just let me know when you don't know something, then it creates a very challenging situation.
It's so true. I also see that, I was about to say, I also see that go through the way that we have like a blame-free problem solving culture, in that when things go really wrong, we do want to make sure we do postmortems. We want to understand what happened so it doesn't happen again. But it's not about who did this or why did this happen because of this person. It's more, why did this happen and how can we fix it to move forwards? And I think that allows us all to fix things faster, to work together better, and to feel like you can bring problems to the table a lot faster and with a lot more psychological safety and confidence that your team will have your back and you're going to work together for the best possible outcome.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. And that actually segues nicely into one of the other traits I'm looking for. People who want to not just do the same thing every day, but who want to come in and say, hey, we're doing X. I think maybe we should change it and do something slightly differently. This will solve some things. If you just want to come in every day and do the same thing and follow a playbook and never learn or grow, that's not what we're looking for. If you want to improve yourself and look for new things and have a great time doing it, that to me shows someone who I'll be excited to work with. We are always on the cutting edge technology, so you need to have that kind of drive and desire to want to find out new things, and that'll yield benefits definitely in the long run. So I think that, and then finally, just being willing to collaborate and work with other people. Everyone has a lot of unique, different skill sets, and so bringing them all together was what really makes this company as strong as it is. Because individually, we're all quite good, but when you combine them and cover each other's weaknesses and build upon each other's strengths, that's what really delivers the strength in this amazing company.
Yeah, great individually, excellent together, which makes such a difference. Now, I just want to note that we've only got 5 minutes left in our 20-minute session. So if anybody is feeling passe, they're not quite sure if they want to put a question in, please take the time to put the question in. I've got Discord open right now if anyone wants to drop in questions, or you can drop them in the YouTube live stream, and Chris is there ready to make sure they come across. Chris, are there any questions at the moment that you're ready to share with us?
Yeah, so firstly, I just want to thank Lauren and Aaron for the very interesting anecdote shared about your working life in even inside or outside of ExpressVPN. I think they were very interesting, very insightful to our audience here. So a lot of our audience here, because most of them are really just students and they're looking for like internships and stuff. So we have one question that's posed by Noel, which is what is the level of mentorship that interns will get at ExpressVPN? So I guess they are more concerned about their guidance that they will get as an intern. Yep.
That's a great question. First of all, I want to say at the moment we don't have an active internship program, but we are hiring at all levels, so junior roles, and we are thinking about whether we have an internship process in future, a formal one. What I would love Aaron to talk about though is for our most junior people, so people coming in as a fresh grad, what kind of support and input do they get? Because I'm sure that will be mirrored in our future internship program.
For sure. I can just easily say that we have a massive amount of support. I personally am a major fan of fresh graduates coming in because of the talent and drive that they have. We've hired at least multiple NUS graduates, not even just in cybersecurity, but in numerous other roles across the company. I really love NUS graduates. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm here, by the way. Anyways, but yeah, we provide you first of all, a growth path that can very clearly guide you throughout your career with ExpressVPN. On top of that, we give you a numerous amount of support through everyone on not only the team that you're in, but other teams around you. We are here to grow you both your soft skills as well as your technical skills. Wherever you potentially have gaps, we are here to help plug them. We want to make you the strongest person you can be, and we will also support you with in-house trainings, external trainings, courses, books, whatever it is necessary to help uplift you, we will work with that. And we are very committed to ensuring your growth.
On the more kind of informal human side, one of the things we do for everyone who joins no matter what is you get an onboarding buddy who is on the other side of the business usually, or a different team. So we've got a new joiner starting on Monday on Aaron's team, and I'll be his onboarding buddy, which means every week we have a coffee. I'm there as an informal mentor on the other side of the business. So we don't want people to feel like they're stuck in their teams or stuck in their projects, but instead there's mentoring across the business. And the kinds of formal training we do are not only technical information sharing, but also how to have difficult conversations, precision question and answering, how to give really strong feedback, because to be able to give and receive feedback effectively is such an important skill. So we're not just looking at mentoring you as a technical expert, we're looking at how can we mentor you to be the most effective, holistic person within our organization. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, so thanks for the sharing about how ExpressVPN is concerned not just about the development of technical skills and even beyond that in terms of like soft skills and so. I think that was really interesting. So Adam has a question about I'm graduating this year and have taken a few modules in cybersecurity, and I'm very interested in it. However, my internships have all been about software engineering. Would I still be eligible to apply at ExpressVPN?
Yes.
Over to Aaron. Yeah, absolutely.
No question. As I kind of alluded to earlier, my background, I arguably have a more strict programming and software engineering background. Having that drive and desire to learn and take those additional modules, that's potentially the kind of attitude that I'm looking for. So just because you've only done X, but if you're doing these extra things to progress towards something you're truly interested in, those are the types of people that I'm interested in, because it shows that you're taking initiative to control the direction of your own interest and your career and your knowledge. So yes.
That's exactly it. Something else I want to add to this is, for those of you who maybe think about this in future, my background went through crisis communications, being a radio producer, working in PR agencies, doing music communications for 4 years. I didn't come from a cyber background at all. Like I did some tech work, but I think what we're really looking for is people who have core capabilities and the attitude. Like really, it's about that attitude and the culture fit for us as well, which is about hungry to improve yourself and wanting positive working relationships to collaborate effectively within the team.
Yep. So guys, you heard it here first. ExpressVPN, you're really looking for people with the right attitude, and it doesn't matter about the path you have taken. I think that's really interesting. So I guess we'll take on the last question from Damon. Damon is asking, does ExpressVPN have a dedicated malware analysis team? Yep.
Well, so we have a dedicated incident response team, which includes people who have malware analysis capabilities. I actually, as I said earlier, I myself have a decent amount, and a lot of our other teammates do as well. I'm a huge fan of malware analysis. I think it's really interesting. I won't go too much into it right now because that's a very long topic. So I guess to indirectly answer your question, we'll give it a 75% yes, but the team does more than just malware analysis.
Yeah, I think something that we didn't have a chance to talk about yet and is a little tangential to this before we sign off, Chris, is just recently everyone will have heard of the Log4j vulnerabilities that were out there. One of the things that was really interesting to see within ExpressVPN was how our team immediately leapt into action. It was Aaron and his team who did a research analysis of exactly what the nature of the threat looked like and what it meant for our users, even though it wasn't directly affecting us as a business because we were well protected from it, and it probably wouldn't affect anyone because they were using our VPN software. What we knew we should do was, in order to make a safer, freer internet, was think about what we had the power to do in order to protect our users from that vulnerability. And within 48 hours of analysis, we were able to roll out a system-wide update which ensured additional layers of protection so that our users would be more protected. Obviously, protection is never 100%, security is never 100%, but we're always looking to add more layers of protection and increase privacy and security as much as we can. So while they had their VPN on, they were protected from a couple of the ports that were potentially going to expose them to that vulnerability. Another really nice thing that I think that we did that went above and beyond and really speaks to who we are as a company is that we didn't just do that and say, hey, we did that, we won't tell you what's in our secret source. We actually published our approach as soon as we rolled it out, which meant that other VPNs or other people who were running their own firewalls could take the same technique and put those protections for themselves. Aaron, do you want to add anything to that?
I think that's fair, and I think we're quite out of time. So I
yes,
guess
we are. It's 2:22.
My only final comment would be, if you're interested in a role with ExpressVPN, feel free to message me on Discord. I am already in that channel, or you can also feel free to browse to expressvpn.com/jobs, which is a complete listing of our jobs.
Yep. So I'd like to thank Lauren and Aaron for coming down here to speak to us today, to give us a sharing about what ExpressVPN does as well as the culture. I think it was really insightful and interesting to all of us here. So once again, if you have any questions for them, feel free to drop by the Discord channel and just leave a message. They'll be very happy to respond to you. And yeah, I just want to thank ExpressVPN again for being a very awesome gold sponsor for this event, because without you guys, this event wouldn't have happened. And yeah, I guess this comes to the end of this engagement session. And I just want to emphasize to the audience again, we'll be releasing the unlock code after this, and you will have 30 minutes to claim the raffle chances that you can get from the unlock code. So yeah, thanks Lauren and Aaron again, and we'll come to the end of this engagement session. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Chris. Thanks, NUS team.
Confusion is the movement that is doing my head in. Am I insane? It's been so long, time is stalled, and I'm in your head. But I'm about to lose myself. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. I didn't plan on thinking about you. You're messing with my brain, and I know I just wanna walk away, but you're making me stay. So just tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me what you want, 'cause I don't wanna be stuck in the street. Oh, I guess this is what you like. For me to hardly put up a fight, knowing it just ain't right for you to have a hold on me. And I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. I didn't plan on thinking about you. You're messing with my brain, and I know I just wanna walk away, but you're making me stay. So just tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me what you want, 'cause I don't wanna be stuck in the street. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Whoa. Tell me what you want, 'cause I don't wanna be stuck in this dream.
Okay, hi everyone. We are now live with Goldman Sachs at the moment. So we have with us today Toby and Jeff, who will be sharing more about Goldman Sachs today. So we are very lucky to have Goldman Sachs as a gold sponsor for Hack&Roll 2022. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. So without further ado, let me pass on the time to Toby and Jeff, who will be talking more about Goldman Sachs. Jeff, please.
Hi everyone, I'm super excited to be here to sort of tell you more about Goldman Sachs. So probably just a really quick self-intro of myself first. So I'm Jeff. I joined Goldman Sachs about in 2017. So that's about slightly more than 4 years from now. So currently I'm working core engineering divisions, which is divisions that provide engineering solutions for common problems across the whole business. Different business units. So for example, you can think about things like entitlement, things like deploying softwares to like thousands or if not actually hundreds of thousands of different hosts. And all the very specific teams I'm working in is called distributed scheduling. We actually build our own in-house job scheduler as well. So many of you may ask, like, why do we even do that? And the reason is that we have a much bigger problem than most of the other companies. So the scheduler we build, we schedule about 20 to 25 million jobs a day across the whole firm for like different business lines. And that's also why it's totally makes sense to actually build your own software, because like most of the solutions out there just doesn't really scale to the amount of like kind of requirements we need. So Goldman Sachs is also like very excited to be the co-sponsor of the events, of course. And for those of you that probably haven't heard about Goldman, it's basically one of the largest investment banks. We primarily service institutional clients, and that's probably why you haven't really come across the brand itself. So it can be like the typical clients can be like sovereign funds, hedge funds, pension funds, insurance companies that we provide basically financial solutions to them, provide financial like trading access to certain markets, certain asset class. But in also like in the recent years, we definitely start to venture into the more sort of mass market consumer side. One very sort of like more well-known example would be the Apple Card launch in US, I think 2 years ago, if I'm not wrong. And also like there are a few more sort of consumer banking products with the brand Marcus launching US and UK. So we're also really like looking forward to see those products in Asia as well, so that like more people will know about our companies. In Asia or in Singapore specifically, we do have a really large sort of engineering presence here. Just to give you a sense, like we have about 1,000-ish full-time employees in Singapore, and out of which we have close to 400 of them are actually engineers. So you can see that's like I think it's more than 1/4, even more than 1/3 of the people here are actually engineers, right? So especially in the past few years. So when I first joined, like there is only maybe 70, 80 people, engineers here. So you can see that, you know, there is a tremendous growth like in past few years, and the firm is definitely shifting to pushing Singapore more into the strategic locations and grow this presence here. And definitely many of us are really technical, and that's also why I enjoy working here with like the top talents in the industry. And a lot of us actually see ourselves as a hacker. I definitely do a bit of hacking in the past, and not just like to other places, but we also do like hacking towards our own systems to make sure that we are standing fine against like all the security threats as well. So we'll probably spend the next few minutes to give you a little bit more about like what's Goldman Sachs, and also I think at the end of the sessions we're going to keep about 5 minutes to answer questions on the YouTube live. I believe there's probably a chat somewhere on the YouTube they can post questions, and our host will just read the questions to us. So like you might wonder as a bank, like why does Goldman invest so much into engineering? And the reason is really simple. Like to manage this kind of scale of business, there's no way that you can really just keep deploying human beings onto the problems. At some point of time, there's just no way they can do that, because like more people create communication problems, and you start to have to figure out some more solutions, like technical solutions that can really scale to the speed of the growth of the business. And in fact, like even back in 90s, like we already realized this, and that's like some of you might heard about this story about like SecDBs and Slang, which is like an in-house graph database that we built to solve the problem at hand back then. So because in 90s, I'm sure that open source as a concept is not that popular yet, and we are basically have to build our own solutions to solve the problem. And throughout the years, definitely like the firm keep investing in it. Like we see the values of it, and the firm start to sort of like continuously invest in that. And that's also why like we have our own job schedule, we have our own solutions for software distributions, we have our own solutions for many other things. And in the recent years, we start to also see like firm investing in things like big data, machine learnings, and of course like public cloud adoptions and things like that. In fact, I think in the this 1-2 years, from my personal view, I can see that a lot of teams in GSR start to sort of go into the cloud native space, and a lot of the new initiatives, like for example Apple Cars, and for example some of the new initiatives in the last 1-2 years, they are built sort of purely cloud native. And some of you might wonder why like me as an engineer want to work here instead of other sort of companies, and there are many other popular names out there that you might wonder why. So to me personally, I think I definitely enjoy the problem space I get exposed to here. First of all, it's a real massive scale problems. Just to give you a sense, so just now I mentioned about the numbers of jobs we schedule every day, so 20 to 25 millions. If you do the calculation, that's like average like thousands of jobs a second. And definitely during the peak hours, this number can 100 times more. So it's an interesting performance related problems. And that's from one dimension. The other dimension is that I get access to like hundreds of thousands of different hosts that you have to manage. It's like a massive distributed system problems. And as a very typical distributed system problems, you will see like network partitions, you will see certain hardware failures, you can see many other interesting problems. If you are only running like 3 hosts, you'll probably never really get exposed to. So we have a real problem here. We have awesome teams to work with to come up with solutions to address them, and of course like whatever solutions you build are going to deploy to try to solve it. So you're not going to work on some imaginary problems that one day people will adopt and start to appreciate it, because the problem is real and it's right now. That would be probably my biggest reason, and of course the second reason is like the kind of the talents around here that you can easily sort of trust like the people around you to support you. All right, so just a little bit more on the sort of the internship programs that we offer for the next summers. Some of you might already heard about that. We have a really structured sort of 10 weeks internship coming out every year. You don't have to figure things out as yourself, because I can totally understand when you first join a big corporates like us, you might wonder like who to talk to, how do you get certain access to things, and you want to get trainings, you want to get up to speed as fast as possible. So that's why we provide a structured programs to get things smooth for you guys. And it was started with a 1-week trainings. It can be both technical and non-technical content, and it's run globally. So it's pretty cool stuff, and it's also like both on the sort of in-house tech as well as the sort of industrial widely adopted techs. And you're going to work on interesting projects. And when I say interesting, it's definitely it's all the projects that have to be vetted by the sort of internship committees. So we guarantee that the project has to be challenging enough as well as sort of easy enough for you to be able to accomplish. And they are all sort of supposed to go into production right. Probably not right. I mean, at the end of your internship, maybe someone will have to pick it out and sort of wrap up the last few things, but they are production projects that we are looking to deploy. And as part of the internship, you also have group projects that you have to work with other interns to sort of propose the solutions, to do the research, to work with your mentors, to prototype, and then at the end of the day, we're going to present to the wider sort of engineering communities in Goldman. Apart from that, of course, we also have social events that you can get to meet other engineers, even the employees from other part of the Goldman Sachs organizations. So you're going to get to know a bunch of awesome people to sort of network with them, maybe, and definitely some of your interns will be the best friends of your life. I can pretty much guarantee that. Yep, and also like next year is probably one of the biggest class we're going to have. I think we'll have about 40 interns coming next year. We plan to at least. So in the past few years, over 75% of the interns get written offers and accepted them. So there's a really high chance that if you can get into internship, you kind of like find your way to join Goldman if you really like it. And also like the kind of the rate of the acceptance kind of proving that people are definitely enjoying the internship here. So I guess I'll stop here and probably pass on to Toby to talk a little bit more about the application.
Sure, thank you, Jeff. Hi everyone, this is Toby and I am from the campus team. I'm the campus recruiter covering Singapore Engineering Division. So I'm here to further elaborate what will be our application process and our recruitment process. So first of all, as Jeff has mentioned, for our internship program, it is very structured. We have trainings that you need, people to support you, and projects to stimulate your ideas, and also we have very high conversion rate for your future like full-time plans. So for the events, we do have social events across all intern class, as Jeff mentioned. And then every year we also invite the interns to join us to do CTW, which means community teamwork, which we always incorporate some sort of volunteering work to contribute to the community as part of the program. And we also have different networks in our firm to enhance and promote diversity. And one of them, which might be more relevant to all of you, will be our Asia Pacific Women in Engineering work. So those are some initiatives that we have. And then towards the end of the year, every year we also have something called Pink Friday in November, which is to support the LGBTQ community. So in here you can find all kinds of diversity initiatives that we are doing. And for most of you, I'm sure a lot of you are curious, how do you apply to Goldman Sachs? So first of all, mainly we have like our summer program, which Jeff mentioned, our summer internship program. And then after you finish the program, you have your performance review, and then you got a chance to come back as a full-time analyst with us. So to go over the summer program, who will be eligible? First of all, we are looking for students who are at their penultimate years of studies. A lot of people are asking what this penultimate year means. So for example, for this summer, 2022 summer, we're looking for students who are graduating end of this year until mid of next year, mid 2023, because we want you to come here as a summer intern, and when you get converted, you'll be ready for a full-time job starting from around mid 2023. So for the summer, we are starting 10 weeks program starting in May. And then this is pipelining for 2023 full-time opportunities. So the application currently is still open on the system. So if you're interested, we welcome you to apply from now until February 6th. So if you are interested in the summer program, you can feel free to go onto our website, and then you can search for engineering and then search for location as Singapore. Then you can turn in your application there. Just a warm reminder, for every recruiting season, you can only apply up to 3 different divisions. So please use it wisely. And for those of you who are in your final years right now, graduating this year, earlier this year, we also have different full-time opportunities out there. So for this year, you can apply right now. And then if you are interested in next year's full-time program, we usually open applications in July. So you can check in again in July for applications. All right, moving on next. In order to apply online, you can go to goldmansachs.com/careers. And again, you can select up to 3 divisions or locations. And for all engineering applications, after you turn in your application, you will be required to complete an online test, what we call Hack&Roll challenge. So in there will be like technical assessment, and also the assessment will consist of like 120 minutes for programming, and then 180 minutes of programming and math questions. So you will have enough time to do it. So once we send you that link, you will have a week, around a week to do so. So you can take your time. But just to give you a heads up, you will receive a test once you apply. And after the hacker rank stage, similar to all other divisions applications, you will get invited for a higher view interview, which is our video recording interviews. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this. So in there, you will have a link again, and then you will have access to around 4 to 5 questions, depending how many divisions that you applied. You have 30 seconds to prepare an answer for each question, and then you have 2 minutes to respond to each of them. So you will face a bunch of competency-based questions in there. And then after the higher view, then you will also, if you are shortlisted, you will get into this what we call Super A, which is final interviews, that you will be meeting different BU representatives in a Zoom meeting. So I think that's a quick summary, but I'm sure you guys are pretty much aware of how this application works. But if you have any further questions, you can drop us a note later. Given on the time sensitivity, I will just open it up for Q&A. So Chris, feel free to shoot us the questions that you got.
Yep, sure. So I'd like to thank Jeff for sharing about your work at Goldman Sachs, and as well as the culture and stuff, and Toby for running through the process. So there's some questions by Josh, which is he's asking about what technical challenges are unique to Goldman since it's in the finance industry. So perhaps Jeff, you could shed some light on that.
I hope I can give a good example. So for example, the scheduling problems we are solving right now in my team, at least, because that's probably the most familiar things I am. So you might heard about like popular schedulers like Airflow, like Apache Airflow, open source by Airbnb. If you look at the developer stories or the developer surveys on their products, you can see people are talking about scheduling 10,000 jobs a day, or like most of them are actually like thousands of jobs a day, kind of scale of problems. It's the same problem in Goldman Sachs, but we, as I said, we have to deal with like 20 to 25 million, which is quite a few different orders of magnitudes higher. And of course, even if it's exactly the same problem, if you're solving a different orders of magnitude, is not exactly the same problem anymore. So that's just one example. And Sective is another one. Feel free to read about that. I'm still fascinated by the kind of power of this database. Although there are many other database solutions out there, even like GraphDB, but the kind of cool things that Sective is able to do is like, for example, like a lot of financial numbers have dependency on each other's. How to efficiently trigger recalculation when some of the dependency change and like sort of flow down to all the numbers that get affected by it. That's not really an easy problem to solve, especially at a massive scale. Yeah, there are definitely more. I just couldn't like come to my mind at this point.
I see. Thanks for the answer about the kind of complexity of the work you are doing. So another question I guess I would ask is because a lot of us are like students, we don't really have a lot of like prerequisite knowledge about finance and stuff. Do you think that having prerequisite knowledge about finance is important before you apply for a role at Goldman Sachs? And how will we get up to speed with that kind of knowledge?
Right. Honestly, personally, I don't think that's necessary, but it's definitely a plus. But honestly, whatever you learn in school, be it technical knowledge or non-technical knowledge, like financial knowledge, it's not going to be exactly the same in the industry itself. So when you join, you will start to like reflect on the things you learn. If you haven't learned it, you can definitely learn it on the job. And also like some of the divisions or teams like us, honestly, like in our teams, we don't really directly deal with financial stuff. And the problem at hand are kind of pure technical, I would say, in some sense. But definitely there are teams that sit much more closer to the business side. Of course, you have to know a little bit of like financial knowledge to be able to communicate more effectively with your stakeholder. So that's why I'm saying that knowing some business knowledge or financial knowledge will be a plus. But I can guarantee you, like there will be training provided, there will be exposures that they'll get tools which will kind of let you pick it up on the job itself.
All right, I guess we have time for one more question. So on the live stream, there's a question about how comparable is the progression for a technical role to a front office or M&A role in Goldman Sachs?
Toby, do you want to take that question? Oh, probably I can speak from my own experience. I think Goldman is a place that people definitely recognize performance, recognize your contribution to the business. As I say, like the business can't really do their job without tech when they are running at this scale. So some of things like business, like tech is definitely enabler for some part of the business. So in terms of the contributions, you can always like sort of map it onto dollar values. So I won't say that it's like it will be equivalent in some sense. Yeah, feel free to add more.
Yeah, just to also add, it will be performance based. So as long as you guys like perform well, there is definitely opportunity out there. There's no like a comparison of like faster versus a slower progression, comparing to like working in different divisions. Ultimately, we are one firm, so the opportunities is fair for everyone in here.
All right, so yeah, thanks for the answer. I think it was very interesting for the audience to hear about everything you shared so far about the life in Goldman Sachs, the work you do, the culture, and so on. So yeah, if the participants have any question, feel free to drop by the Discord channel to like leave a message. And I'm pretty sure that the Goldman Sachs people are very friendly and will answer your questions once they see them. So yeah, we'll bring this engagement session to a close. And I'd like to thank Goldman Sachs again for being a great gold sponsor for our event, because without them, this event wouldn't have happened. So yeah, we'll be showing the unlock code for the raffle chance very soon. So it will only last for 30 minutes. So make sure you claim it before it ends. All right, so that's all for this engagement session, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Why me? You don't even know me. Because what I've seen, I've liked. And I got a good feeling about you.
And on the count of three. It's only one in your dreams.
brought levity to each other's lives. But there's a lot more to life than that, and I realized that in these last few years. And we just became very different people. And so we had nothing in common overnight. It's very strange, but that happens.
with it.
Okay, hi everyone. We are now live on the live stream today with our last sponsor for today, which is ShopBack. So once again, we'd like to thank ShopBack for generously being a great co-sponsor for the event. Without them, this event would never have happened. So I'm going to pass on the time over to David, who will be sharing with us more about ShopBack. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the live stream chat, and we'll be relaying it to David. Yep, David, I'll pass on the time to you.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm David from ShopBack. All right. So I hope you've been having a great time hacking and rolling. So today we have a few bit of slides. Maybe just talk about what ShopBack does. I trust you've seen the video at the opening of Hack&Roll. They said they will play it, so I hope they did. If not, we will share with you the link later on. Right, it's a nice video that kind of gives an illustration of what ShopBack does in terms of product and what we aspire to be, right? Because we aspire to build more stuff. Right, so today I'm just going to quickly just walk you through what our company is about, give a brief glimpse of the software architecture that powers this dream, right? And then we can take more questions in, I think, Gathertown, right? Okay, so let's get started. Right, so first slide, right? So about ShopBack, right? So a little bit. So our mission here is to create a world of smarter shoppers, right? That's generally the company mission, right? So we are a rewards platform, online rewards platform that gives users cashback for making purchases through ShopBack, right? We operate today in 9 countries, right? But ShopBack is a venture-backed company, right? So we are startup venture-backed company. So we raise a bunch of money over time. You can see some of these investors, you might recognize some of them. So got credible investors, right? So it's a real business, right? Yeah, so 9 countries in APAC today. Right. So what does a ShopBack user journey look like? So the basic ShopBack customer journey is like that, right? So you open the ShopBack app or the website, you kind of find your desired merchant. It can be like Agoda, it can be Shopee, it can be Amazon, something like that. You click through, you go to their website and buy. So you go to Agoda, you kind of book your trip, your VTL holiday, right? You buy on the merchant, you pay on the merchant, and after that, you come back to ShopBack, you will realize that you have received certain amount of cashback. It can be anywhere from 5 to 50% cashback on the transaction amount that you spend. Right. So this is the core business, core customer journey that we have. It's a journey that we run across 9 different markets today. And it's something that really powers all the other things we want to do. Right. And at the end of it, you still get cashback. So if you haven't started using ShopBack, you should, because it's free money. You give us your purchasing details and then you get free money. It's a pretty good deal. Okay, so next piece. So ShopBack is not a very old company, right? We started the company in 2014, right? So we went through a few iterations, we tried a few things, right? And basically where we are today. So I joined the company in 2015, so it's about 1 year after they started, right? We worked together to launch new countries. So you see every year or so we expanded regionally, 1 or 2 countries every year. And that's where we are today in 9, right? Along the way, we also built other products that's not just the core user journey. We try a lot of various different things in order to provide some kind of value to the customers or shopping experience. So the idea here is how do I make it easier for the user to shop online or in retail, right? And we build things like ShopBack Go and ShopBack Install, things like that you might have seen if you're in Singapore and you went out a little bit. Right. Along the way, also we did acquire a few companies. Right. If you recognize Seedly, one of our earlier acquisitions that we now they have left the ShopBack mothership, but they were with us for a while, where we kind of help each other kind of grow our businesses and help users make better financial decisions. Right. So that's ShopBack journey. So raise a bunch of money, expand, grow, expand, raise money. Right. So something like that. So it's very startup journey 7 years. Right, so ShopBack in real life. So if you think ShopBack is a fictional company that doesn't exist, if you go out in Singapore, you should see it everywhere because we spend money on this thing. So especially for our in-store product in Singapore, where basically when you make a transaction at the retail shop, at the cashier, you tap your Visa, MasterCard at Guardian or Watsons, you're supposed to get cashback if you use a ShopBack product. Right, so you see all this POSM, so it's a point of sale marketing material everywhere. You see the MRT ads, you might have seen the bus ads, the taxi ads, all that. Right, so got presence, right? It's not a no-name company, right? And to me, it's pretty exciting because when I joined, we had no budget to do any of this. Right, today, wow, got all these ads. Wow, our business must be doing pretty good, right? If not, I had no job. Right, so this is a ShopBack in real life. Right, so pretty decent company. Okay. So some numbers just to give you a sense of where ShopBack is. So because in Singapore, there are quite a lot of startups that are doing various interesting stuff, right? So where will we place ShopBack in this scale of startup size and growth, right? So we have 9 markets, right? Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Taiwan, Vietnam, Australia, Korea, right? And we will continue to grow regionally in Asia Pacific, right? We have about 600 employees today, 3 engineering offices. So ShopBack has offices in every market that we're in, but engineering is only in 3. So engineering in Singapore, Taiwan, Vietnam, right? And in across these 3 engineering offices, we have 130 engineers around there, right? So the services today is about 60 plus. I think now it's even more, right? And client platforms we built. So we have a web, is a responsive web application. We have internal web applications. We have back office applications. We have B2B applications, right? We have browser extensions, iOS, Android. And we also started doing Flutter for some other application, right? So numbers wise, because when I talk to students, right, usually they ask, oh, how many users you have, all that. So about more than 30 million users. We gave out more than 200 million cashback. And we do maybe 20 million monthly orders, something like that. So there's some scale. It's not Google scale, but it's also not zero, right? So this is where it's interesting. As a company, how do you get more, right? How do you double or continue to grow the business as you spend time in the company? Right. Okay. So hi. So I'm David. Right. I'm currently the senior engineering manager in ShopBack, one of the few. Right. I also joined as engineer number 3. So this is back in 2015. Right. So previous to ShopBack, I started my own business. It's called wellnessy.com. We already shuttered everything. Okay. Closed shop already. We sold everything. Right. And previously, I was also in NUS. I went to NOC SV21, which is 2012. Yeah. I did some time in San Francisco. So if you are considering NOC, NOC is a decent program to apply for if you still have time to, right? So I recommend. Okay. And I did IS in NUS. Right. So yeah, so let's move on to system architecture, right? Just very briefly, because I don't want to take up too much of your time, because you need to do hacking, right? So system architecture. So when we started, it's like this, right? So this is 2015. This is how it started, right? So basically have a PHP 5 application. We have one application. It says mono repo, right? It's running on 2 EC2 instances that we kind of manually provision. So we provision the EC2 instances, we basically shell in the thing, and then we run a bash script that we have, and then it sets up the runtime and the Apache and all these things, right? And then we also have Jenkins to kind of pull the code from the, we were using Bitbucket last time, right? So pull the code from Bitbucket, deploy to the machine. So the fun part here is every time you deploy, obviously the site will go down, right? We don't have load balancer, all these things. So this is when I joined, everything missing, right? And of course, we use the very classic MySQL and Memcache, right? Always works, and now it still works. Okay, so this is where we started in 2015. But as the business grows, as you go more countries, you get more users, things must change, right? So we fast forward 7 years, right? So here we are today, right? 2022. And this is maybe 2021. I have an update for this year, right? So 2022, where we are today. So we are still everything on cloud. So we are still AWS. We are born on AWS. So we have stayed on AWS so far. We didn't do any switching. And now we use a lot more cloud technologies, right? You see, if you recognize some of these things, there are labels on this, like CloudWatch, Elasticsearch, SNS, SQL, SQL. So a lot of other things, you add tools to the stack in order to deliver more products, to be able to deliver products to more users, right? And as you also need to solve certain engineering challenges around scaling. Like something you built 5 years ago might not be working now when the user is another 20x what you expected, right? So you add a lot of tools to kind of solve that. You adopt new technologies to kind of deliver better user experiences, right? So today we have everything cloud. We have Kubernetes running, so we migrate everything to Kubernetes. We have containers and all that. We have data pipelines that push data into what's this thing called? Into the data lake, right? And then we do some computation. We build some ML insights kind of systems, ML recommendation services, right? And then we hydrate back into the production system so that the user can see the recommendation pseudo real time. It's never real time, it's close, right? So that's kind of what we look like today. So relatively modern. I would say it's cutting edge, but it's relatively modern, and we are constantly looking at new technologies that will help us deliver better user experiences in a more cost-effective manner, right? In a more productive for the engineer manner, right? So developer productivity is important here also, right? So a bunch of new technologies, very progressive, open to looking at new things. Stack-wise, if you're looking at this, we run a lot of Node.js today. We're also open to exploring different kinds of runtimes and things like that. But for the backend, right now, a lot of it is Node.js. So it's within JavaScript and TypeScript, right? Generally, that lets your engineers be pretty good at moving across different systems, contributing to other people's services, and also moving across the stack to be building some of the front-end pieces here and there, right? So yeah, that's kind of what our architecture looks like, right? So service diagram. So I cannot show you the actual thing. I show you a visualization with some highlights, right? So this is roughly what the services look like. So on the left, you have the users, right? And then we have a bunch of client applications that push into the API gateway. Behind the API gateway, a lot of microservices. So this is a pretty standard looking microservice stack, right? And in the back, you have a bunch of databases, right? So this is kind of what the stack looks like. You have services that are dependent on each other and all that. So this is where you're still in school, right? So if you do like service-oriented architecture kind of classes, you should pay attention. Those things are relevant in real life, right? But yeah, so this is generally what we have. So a bunch of services and all that, and a lot of traffic moving around. Okay. And startups, of course, we are built on open source technologies, right? So we use as much open source as we can, where it makes sense, right? Sometimes it doesn't work out, but it's fine. We do make time to try. So you can recognize some of the logos here. You don't need to know all of these things. Not every engineer needs to touch everything, but it's there to kind of improve our delivery speed in order to deliver some kind of product to the user, right? So engineering teams in Singapore, because this is partially a hiring kind of initiative, we are hiring in Singapore, fresh grads, interns, experienced engineers also, right? So some of the staff, NUS staff, if you want to join us, we are open. Please let me know, right? So we have teams in Singapore that build various products, right? At different levels of maturity, right? So we have 4 teams, right? One is the cashback and cash out team. This team operates the system that tracks your transaction and make sure you get your cashback at the right time and you can withdraw money, right? The ShopBack value proposition around cashback is that it's real money you withdraw into your bank account or you can spend, all right? Team number 2, in-store experiences, basically is the part where you can go to the store, go to Guardian Watson, you tap your Visa, MasterCard, you get cashback. And it's a lot about location-based discovery, helping you decide where to eat or what to buy, right? So that's in-store experiences. Vouchers and gift cards. Team number 3 is the one where we sell you items. So you can buy a Shopee voucher, Foodpanda voucher. Later, we are giving out Foodpanda vouchers, right? So you can buy more in ShopBack and you get cashback. Not bad, right? So vouchers is another team that's in Singapore, right? Voucher product today, we run vouchers in 5 different countries today. So we sell stuff in 5 different countries. And so the challenge there is a bit more e-commerce-ish, right? So that's vouchers team. And then the last team is payment product. So you see here this is a payment success stream, right? So it's about a new product that we'll be launching later this month, right? We're going to call it ShopBack Pay. So basically you're going to pay with ShopBack app, right? And so it's basically a QR payment system. And then what happens next is, of course, open to exploration for us, right? So 4 teams in Singapore hiring different types of products, different levels of maturity, and different kind of challenges in terms of scalability, achieving a product market fit, gaining traction, and iteration on product, right? Yeah, so that's kind of it for the sharing, right? So last slide, or second last slide is a picture of our office. This is a new office that we have. We just moved in 3 weeks ago, right? It's very nice. We renovate everything and basically have the whole building to ourselves, right? And then got free parking if you want to do parking, right? So this is new office. So it is a pretty fun journey where you join a startup. When we join, I joined, it's like I was employee number 13, right? And this is all stuck in a small room. And now we have our own building in Singapore, of all places, right? So pretty interesting. If you want to come down, please let us know and we can kind of arrange visit maybe after this COVID thing is over or under control, right? But yeah, interesting and quite fun journey, right? Right. So any questions? Please wait until Gather Town, or you can ask it now in YouTube. And Chris will share the questions with me, right? If not, if you recognize any of these brands, you should scan the QR code and download the app. Don't need to use referral code, just install and link your credit card and it will improve my KPI for the quarter. So I will appreciate it. Right. Yeah. So Chris, any questions that we have?
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting and candid sharing from you. It was very interesting to see how, like ShopBack grew from such a small startup until you evolve your infra in such a manner that so it can scale to so many users right now. So yeah, I guess a lot of us who are participants in this event, a lot of them are like students. So I guess they'll be interested to find out, what do interns at ShopBack do? So would you want to give an idea of what interning at ShopBack would possibly entail? Yeah.
Yeah, so interning at ShopBack, typically we look at 3 months. I do prefer to get people to stay for 6 months, right? And interns in ShopBack work on the actual products, right? So I do not believe in having an intern project by yourself and then you do it by yourself and then maybe a senior engineer once in a while checking on you. So the internship program in ShopBack very much is hands-on doing the work with the actual teams and contributing to the daily sprints. So you participate in a team setting, not by yourself, and you're contributing to the code base that everybody else is contributing to, right? And you both do pull request review. You submit the pull request, you also must review other people's work, right? So internship very involved. We treat you as a full-time engineer. So that's why I prefer if you stay a bit longer, right? Yeah, so that's generally internship experience. You get the full-time experience, but it's time limited, right? And then the other pieces that we have is you have dedicated mentorship from one of the engineers, right? They'll have full time. They'll pay attention to you, right? That is also my commitment as a manager, right, for interns.
I see, that's very cool. I think a lot of us are very concerned about whether we get the right amount of guidance in the internship. So I think it's a very good point that you raised where you're assigned to a mentor and stuff. So I guess another question that I like to ask people this question, which is what is unique about working at ShopBack that you have not experienced elsewhere?
What is unique about working at ShopBack? I think there are a lot of growing companies in Singapore. Maybe not everybody gets to the point where we are, right? So not a lot of people survive past 100 million raised, right? So I think we are one of the fewer companies that get there, which is pretty fun. The challenge for ShopBack is operating regionally is always fun, in the sense that every country has its own competition, its own users, its own merchants that we need to work with. And dealing with that is pretty interesting. How do you juggle the priorities that, okay, so the Taiwan team wants this, maybe Australia asks for this, and Singapore wants this, then how do you decide what to do? Right, so that kind of challenge, to me, pretty interesting. Not a lot of companies get to do this kind of a regional kind of balancing act. Right, and last part is, I think for engineering specifically in ShopBack, right, is very involved in the product direction. So we do collaborate a lot within the product, the engineers and the business stakeholders to kind of decide what the roadmap looks like and decide what we're building next. So it's not the case where the CEO says, I want these 5 features yesterday, please build. And then you just take the ticket and just build whatever you ask for, right? It's more of a conversation about what are the problems we're trying to solve. How can we achieve the business growth in the way the company wants to grow? And how do you do it together, right? You're solving problems together, not solving tickets together. A different way of working. And not a lot of companies have that, at least from what I know.
I see, that's very cool to hear about, how you have to cater to different markets and all. So on the live stream, there are some questions. So I guess after hearing about you talking about startups, some of them got very concerned about work-life balance. So they started asking, how's the work-life balance working at ShopBack? In fact, perhaps I want to augment this question a bit even more. Like nowadays, because of COVID, I guess a lot of engineers might be work from home. So how do you ensure that, even engineers who are like working remotely or working from home still feel connected to the company? So yeah, just an additional question.
So a few pieces, right? So work-life balance to me is about managing yourself and your career growth and your professional growth. So everybody has different capacity, right? Some people can sleep 3 hours a day, no problem. Some people need to sleep 12, right? So it really depends on you and what you want to do, right? So if you are married and kids, then obviously your priorities in life change, right? Versus if you are just solo and no problem, right? Single and ready to mingle but don't want to mingle. Then you just want to write code, explore technology. So I think ShopBack has space for both types and anywhere in between, right? In terms of how you want to apply yourself. in the ShopBack context, it's very, very focused on making sure individuals are empowered to kind of create impact on the business in a way that they are interested in doing that, right? Whether that's exploring a new technology or figuring out figuring out how to refactor this thing or change the SQL statement or change the database schema, right? So very much about empowering users, empowering engineers to do that. But at the same time, very clear about company priorities. So for the most part, we don't have super hard deadlines. But of course, ShopBack also plays in the e-commerce space where you have this big sale, your 11/11, your 9/9, that kind of thing. So sometimes there are deadlines that we really must hit, right? But most times don't need, right? Most products don't need. If you look at most of our products, don't really need that. So there's a balance that can be had, and that actually varies across your career, right? Maybe your first 6 months you can just be all the way, you just work every day, right? But sometimes maybe you want to take a break. So I think to us it's very important for individuals to take a break also. So like one of the kind of incentives we have, right? So ShopBack today gives you 15 days annual leave, right? But if you spend all 15 days, ShopBack will give you an additional 5 days, right? If you manage to spend all your annual leave within the same year. So there's kind of incentives to kind of encourage you to go and take a break and all that, right? So we do take care of people because we are at a size where we can afford to take care of people, right? So when I joined, when it's 13 employees, we basically work 80, 90 hours a week, right? But now not the case. So I think balance is something individual needs to find a strike, but we do offer a range, and we can accommodate that at this size. So about remote, the good thing is now can go back to office 50%. So, and we have new office, so everybody want to go back. So that's our current solution is sometimes some people go back, right? Before that is really about for individual teams, individual groups of people is making space for them to socialize and do all that. And we do have certain events like that where, you just sit around at lunch, you have brown bag lunch, you just talk about stuff. It doesn't need to be about work. So we have people present about their holidays before COVID, or their hobbies that they picked up during COVID, about how much they run, how much they cycle, how they do handicraft, that kind of thing. So finding space to connect each other is important. And as a company, we do try to make those spaces, whether that's through company organized things, or it's through companies sponsoring you to do things, like sponsor you to buy lunch and all that. So we do try to accommodate that. But I think with the new office, it kind of solves the problem a little bit because the people want to go back and see each other.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, so I guess in the interest of time, we will end this engagement session here. So thanks so much, David, for sharing about ShopBack, about what you do, and about your sharing about the tech stack and all. So I think it really was very useful for participants to understand what ShopBack is about and what roles you guys have to offer. So if you guys have any questions for David, please, like he mentioned, please visit him in Bacador Town. I'm sure he'll be very happy to take on some questions and speak to you guys. If not, already once again, we want to thank ShopBack again for being the gold sponsor for this event. Without them, this event would not have been possible. So, yep. In a while, we'll be showing the unlock code for the raffle chances after this engagement session. So please remember to enter the code within 30 minutes so you can claim the code. And this will be our last sponsor engagement session for today. There will also be a break from now until after dinner. So after dinner, please join us for some Fringe games, and we'll be also switching streams as well. So please visit the website to see the new stream link. All right, so I'll bring an end to this engagement session, and see you later.
Thank you, everybody. See you there. Bye.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.